Yeah, no, that seems like a good enough gig. I think who else did that recently? Chrissy Codes also did it. Yeah, seems cool. Oh, hold on, I gotta update the title over here, though. Boom. All right. YouTube title updated. John Who also did it? Nice. I feel like I recognize that name. Haven't seen it for a while, though. But yeah, you like it? Yeah, that's cool. I love the idea. I think a lot of people, right, they do like, you know, free code camp or a few like, you know, mini projects like a to-do list or something. And they never actually get like bigger experience building a whole project until they actually like work at a company where they're working on a project. But not many people get a chance to actually start a project. So yeah, right? Being able to like greenfield a larger project is really cool, actually. Yeah, that's cool. But it's a lot more rare. You have to like force yourself to do it. Would you have had the impetus to do so without watching streamers? Maybe not. Haven't found a side project you're excited about yet? You're putting all your ideas in a list, right? Right? There you go. Nice. Yeah, not until they actually get a job. Exactly. All right, we don't need that gist. We don't need Google Docs there. We don't need these leak code tabs. Ooh, those feel really good to close. Like, really good to close. But yeah, hold up. Wait, Crust of Rust? Hold on. Okay, oh, John Who. Yeah. He does the Crust of Rust series. That's right. Yes, I know that name. He's very, like, large in the Rust ecosystem. That's right. That makes sense. Work eats up all your free time. Yeah, that's a bummer. It does happen, though. Live chat is unavailable? Am I live on YouTube? Oh, it's marked as private right now. There we go. No, I'm not live on YouTube. There we go. So yeah, if anyone wants to leave a lurk there, feel free. Let me pop out chat. And there we go. Password generator, and then tried a local-based subscription tracking with notifications. Okay. Yeah, password generator, that's a good idea. I like that one. Yeah, I made a password manager at one point, too. As, like, one of my, like, it was a Meteor project at the time as well. It didn't need to be Meteor. But yeah, that was fun. All right, so we've had a few days off of Orderly here. The step we wanted to pick back up on is when we record audio, something needs to happen, right? It needs to start recording the audio to a file buffer, and we need to save that file buffer in our local storage file system and reference it from SQLocal. And yeah, no worries, Brooke Zerker. Thank you for the raid, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, huge raid, man. You're the man. So what we're doing here then is we need the record audio button to do something. While we are recording, we probably want to disable most state. We also, oh yeah, right? If we are recording, we don't want anyone to actually be able to navigate away. So while we're recording, we'll just do a modal or a dialogue or something, basically, that can't be hidden until you stop the recording. And I think we're good. So let's at least create that modal. And yeah, the talking through Vexilla, I think, was really fun. I think the dude enjoyed that talk. So yeah, that was good. We don't need that open. There we go. Settings modal is there. We want to create a new one. So I don't have a microphone on the Mac Mini, so we're gonna have to just like hack at it a little bit without being able to actually test the microphone, because I still haven't been out to the P.O. box. But yeah, we want to... Hold on, I lost my train of thought. Yeah, what I'll be able to do is ship it out, right? Get this uploaded in a way that we can just run it on this machine, and then we're good to go, right? So I could just run it on my stream machine, and that has a microphone, and we can test it there. And you'll be able to see that because I'll show the screen during that. I think that'll work. So yeah, we're gonna create a new modal. This is gonna be... I mean, it's really actually just page specific, so we don't need it anywhere else. We're not gonna be duplicating it. We're not gonna have any, like, extra logic for it, right? Settings modal here is only pulled out to another component because it's a bunch of state. And I don't think we have any major state we want to deal with. For the recording modal. So yeah, what we'll do is we'll just create it on the page that we're using it. At which point we could just throw it into the page, which we'll have to do anyway. Yeah, so we don't even need a new component for it. All right, so we end up creating a modal. This needs some stuff set on it, and that would be opened and on close. We'll do that for now. On close. We'll do that for now. And here we'll just have div boom. All right, so let's actually set up the disclosure for showing that. It'll work anywhere. And hold on, one thing. Since we're not using those, I'm just going to prefix them. Oh, wait, hold on. We don't actually need them. We're going to get rid of them for now. We know we can grab them as we need to. So then this is an object. I don't remember. I'm going to have to remember that here in a sec. So equals use disclosure. It starts false. Let's just grab the snippet. There we go. All right, so which modal is this? This is the recording modal. Where's the Mantine stuff? There it is. We want it from hooks, though. There we go. So now, we're not using any of these yet. But that is the value that we want to pass to here. So here's another thing. Close on outside click is false. Close on escape is also false. With close button is also false. So yeah, we're gonna have a button in there that actually does the close. So at this point, we might not need the on close because I think we disabled every way of closing this besides the way that we want to manually do so. Let's just do that for now. Recording in progress. Button. Stop recording. We're going to have more state than that. All right, so number one, what are we missing? I guess on close has to be something. I forgot about that. And hey, what's up, Duct Tape DevOps, Mr. Sir? Do I do the design work in another program? Ooh, yeah? But you may not like it. This UI was definitely done this way. Right? This is how I do my my layout design. When I'm doing it for myself. Right? So bam, right? We do that. Oh yeah, cool. We want to have another sidebar too. All right, and then this is where like the form stuff would go. It's beautiful, isn't it? Yeah, exactly. This is like, I'm not even kidding. This is how I design most of my layouts. HTML tables, there you go. Yeah, it does. I see the kappa. You're right. I got some of the layout slightly off. It looks pretty close though, doesn't it? I think we're pretty close. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, the color is not actually what I care about. This is just for like the box models. Yeah, I don't do color design. Hell no. What? Am I available for projects? Do you need a designer? No, I get it, Ethan. This is not a design I would ever do for like a handoff, right? I'd use Figma. I'd design it the way it should look. If I got this in a handoff, ooh, buddy, I'd be pissed. I'd quit that job so fast, for sure. I get what you're saying. Yeah. If this was part of a dev handoff, run. But if I'm handing off to myself, we're good. It's fine. Shit, this is actually more for y'all than it is for me. This is more for you to see the thing that I got in my head. But yeah, and no, Fahad, what you're saying is, like, freelancing? Nah, I'm not currently looking for any freelance roles right now. Sorry, I got my own projects to work on, and I'm trying to get a job here soon. Oh, and yeah, hold up, duct tape, yes, appreciate you so much. What were you working on today? What were you doing? We did the shoutouts and stuff, right? Yeah. So, NeuroQuack in action. Nice. And was Carrie Long the music you were playing while you were streaming? Or was that just like a guest that you had on? Okay, so designing NeuroQuack. Awesome. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, that's really cool. I like that. Yeah, my brother makes music. I could probably use his stuff royalty free as well. But yeah, you're gonna go meet a Rust dev for drinks and pool. Figured rating web dev made sense. Man, drinks and pool sounds amazing. That sounds pretty good. Yeah, there aren't that many pool halls around lately since COVID. Where do you go where they got actual pool tables? I actually remember playing some pool recently. There's a spot in Seattle. You have a loose contract around it for your AI work. And it helps him out so he can gig full-time. Oh, like you pay him a little bit of money for the music? Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. Oh, that's even better. That's really cool. Yeah, that's really good, man. COVID didn't hit the Southeast the same way. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it did, but it didn't actually, like, affect businesses the same way. Yeah, San Diego, there was a bunch of pool halls for TwitchCon previously. Last year, when we went to TwitchCon, not a single pool hall around. Right? We actually were looking, and Codephobia was like, oh, wait, this one seems promising. No, it was a pool. Like, it was not a pool hall. It was just a pool. Yep, yeah, capitalism. Yeah, I don't even think it was really the fines. It's just more here on the West Coast, people just, you know, didn't go out that much. And that, like, it wasn't even the fines, it was just the lack of revenue that harmed pool halls mainly. Think about how dirty the average pool table is. Like, how many germs and stuff. Ugh. Ugh. Right? Like, unless you bring your own pool cue, yeah, there's poop on that cue. Right? Yeah, the community pool cues. How often do you think they actually get wiped down? They are so disgusting. But when I got a few drinks in me, and I'm out in Seattle, I'm not thinking about that as much. Exactly, duct tape. Oh, yeah, definitely, dude. Bring your own handy wipes. I'd recommend it. I would recommend it. That's a pro strat right there. Yeah, dude wipes. Not just for pool cues. There you go. I feel there could be a business there, man. Right? Sanitizing wipes for men. Right? I don't know. It could work. Oh, Workaholics is good stuff. Yeah, for sure, Alan. I'm pretty sure I've seen Blake in person before. Was he at TwitchCon? I think that was it. I think he was at TwitchCon. Blake's the dude with the hair. Yeah, it must have been TwitchCon. can't imagine where else it would have been. No, I didn't. Yeah, what did he make? And yeah, thank you, Goatmeal. I like laughing too. Yeah, I'm in a good mood. Man, if the interview had gone poorly today, things would be different. Hopefully not that different. Wait, is that something Matisse made? Is that, like AI generated? Dude, that's solid. Yeah, what up, Matisse? How you doing? Yeah, that one's good, dude. Yeah, I hadn't seen that. Who is that? Is that AI ammo? AI ammo? What does that mean? Is ammo like an AI product? But yeah, I love the fact that she's doing the Carlton. The Carlton is such a good dance. I need to learn that one. I want to, like, Amaranth? Like Amaranth? Is that who she is? Is that supposed to be Amaranth? Okay. Oh, yeah. What I was saying is I'd love to have, like, a group of friends so tight-knit that we all learn the Carlton and we go to some club and just, like, clog up the dance floor doing it, right? Synchronized Carlton dancing. That'd be solid. That'd be really good. Yeah. I will go out of my way to learn that dance. I gotta be careful that I don't dislocate my shoulder while doing it, though. That would be the tricky part. Oh, yeah, no, I'd have to be real careful on the right side. Oh, yeah, that'd be rough. I think I could have a version of it. No, I am that old. Have you never seen the clip? No, I am that old. My shoulder dislocates. If I go... Hold on. You can barely see it. Right, but let's just say my back is 90 degrees to the camera. I don't put my shoulder farther back than that. I can't go directly in line with my body with my shoulder anymore. No, I can't do it any further, and I won't do it any further. But yeah, what up there, Walm? So yeah, check out that clip there, chatting on a yoinked phone. Right? If my shoulder dislocated just doing that, it will absolutely dislocate doing the Carlton. If I really get into it. I can't even, like, do a full golf swing properly. Like, I can't really, like, reach back as far as I can. I have to do it, like a 75%. I have dislocated on the backswing multiple times. So much so that I now basically, like, anchor my elbow to my body. Oh, interesting there, Duct Tape. Yeah, that's awesome, man. Oh, yeah. My shoulder dislocates from snowboarding. first time I did it was probably 2006 or maybe 2007. And since then, it's probably been hundreds of times that it's been out of socket. At least over 100. Yep. At least over 100. It's gotten better as I've learned my limitations more. So, yeah, last year, I think I only dislocated maybe 3 or 4 times. But it's often something as silly as, like, pulling my blanket up over my shoulder wrong, like, while I'm sleeping, you know, like, yanking my blanket up. That one's gotten me. Having my arm under the pillow and, like, turning over while it's still there. That one's gotten me. Putting on a hoodie wrong. That one's gotten me. Yeah. Like, Matisse, do you have a link to Comfy UI? I'm still, like, Comfy UI, is that your whole, like, just, like, the stuff you're doing for your, like, stream stuff? Like, what is Comfy UI? I'm not familiar. Yeah, Matisse, if you got a link for us, I'd love to check it out. It's the tool you do ML in. Okay, yeah. All right. Is it open source? Is it the thing that you're doing when you do, like, the... Like, when we raided the other day and you were demoing that, like, that's all Comfy UI stuff, right? Okay. So Comfy UI is someone else's thing, technically. But that's what you were using. Awesome. Right, so Stable Diffusion, GUI, and backend. So it's just a UI to Stable Diffusion in which you can, like, have things chained together. Cool. Yeah, this is awesome, man. And are you using Stable Video Diffusion for that stuff? And that's a good emote. I like that one. Dude, you got some solid emotes. Was that ChatGPT based, or is that just, do you have like a emote artist? That is. Cool, man. GPT-4 DALL-E 3. Got it. Really, Fook? That's funny. I don't think it was that annoying. I mean, how many times are you going to have this teacher? Or this instructor? Or this professor or whatever? Right? Is it just for one class? Then you're fine. Maybe, Bisque. I'm still gonna say Fook. Man, during my maybe second or third summer at Mount Hood when I was a snowboard bum, I was in the dish pit. I think maybe prep cook. Or, I mean, if it wasn't the first summer, it would not have been prep cook. So I think, yeah, I was just dishwasher. There was a chef hired into that kitchen. It was a 4-star restaurant, like solid restaurant. His nickname became Fooks. Because he messed up a lot of stuff. For sure. It was pretty good. One of the only data structure professors at the college. You only take a couple data structure classes, though, so that's fine. And data structures are easy enough to, like, if you do the work, she can't grade you negatively because it does the thing, right? It's like upsetting a math teacher. Who cares? As long as your math is right, you're good to go. Now, upsetting an English teacher is a really bad idea. Upsetting a history teacher, any of those things where they're judging you based on, like, the style of your writing or whatever, oof. Yeah, if there's any room for interpretation, then you got trouble. Am I snowboarding every day? No, I'm not snowboarding every day at all. I do need to check the weather right now, though, so give me a second. Let's just double check this real quick. Oh. 5 to 9 inches this afternoon? 8 to 12 tonight? 13 to 19 Tuesday? 6 to 10 Tuesday? I think I'm snowboarding on Wednesday. I think I'm snowboarding on Wednesday. I'm gonna have to wax my board. It means I'm not gonna get any sleep on Tuesday night. Ooh, really, Fook? Yeah, alright, well that's a problem. That's not ideal. Yeah, I can't go up tomorrow because I got calls scheduled, but I can go Wednesday. Nobody counts that, right? I'm capable of riding anywhere on the mountain. The way the run is rated does not change anything about my ability to traverse it anymore, right? To do anything on it. Now, granted, some runs really suck if it hasn't snowed recently. So there are some diamonds that are just pure mogul fields. You don't want to hit that on a snowboard, right? So a mogul field on a snowboard sucks. Don't do it. Just not worth it. So, yeah. The rating of the run doesn't matter. It's the smoothness of the terrain that really does impact that. On skis, it's fine. You're intended to do that. On a snowboard, oof. I mean, that's what backcountry is. So, again, I'm not saying any mountain, because there will be cliffs that I might not know about. But yeah, at Stevens Pass, if you look at this map, the highway kind of goes along this over here. What you can actually kind of see, let's try and get into the map more. Not ideal, whatever. Yeah, sorry, one sec. So basically, the highway goes along here, and you can kind of see these ridges. This ridge right here is the one that you kind of like hike along. So that is all backcountry terrain. The ski resort's like right in this area, kind of near where the green box is. You would end up hiking a little bit and dumping yourself onto the highway for some of the best like powder backcountry terrain you'll ride. And it's just right onto the highway and you just walk back up. Like, it's really good. But yes, I do backcountry riding. Yes, exactly, chatting on a yoinked phone. Yes, I have to relocate my shoulder every single time. I've never had someone else do it for me. That sounds like a nightmare. I've had friends that had, like, more muscular shoulders because they were screen printers. So they, you know, like, their shoulders are stacked, right? When they dislocated, they couldn't put it back in themselves. And they had to have someone else do it for them. You know how they did that at the ski resort? They laid him face down on the gurney, right? So his arm's like dangling over, and they had someone heavy yank it. That's it. That's how they do it. That is a nope from me. That is a big old nope from me. I actually have a little bit. Hold on. Big old nope from me. Is this the edited one? I can't remember if this is the edited one or the 360 one. I think this is the edited one. So yeah, it's not epic powder. This camera is really finicky out in the cold. So this is so far the only run I've actually gotten this 360 cam to work on. But there's a, like, you know, there's a little bit of pow like here on the side. Really low elevation, nothing special. Those lines that were, I was like crisscrossing, that was mine from the run before. This is one of those like POW stash spots right there on the park that not many park riders actually go and hit, so you can get like some really good like fresh POW lines still. Snowboarding on ice sucks. You won't catch me on an icy day. Now this is Stevens Pass here in Washington. And then I fell. Boop, boop. Pop right back up and we're good to go. West Coast, Washington. Stevens Pass is on the Cascades, basically the part that separates eastern and western Washington. Oh, yeah. This is actually the part that I'm, like, really proud of. When I duck this fence, you can tell someone who's, like, snowboarded a lot by how good they are, not fence, right? By how good they are at ducking a rope line. I got that skill, right? You do the swoop up, you duck your head, and it just slides right over. If you mess that one up, you might catch it to the neck. I got practice, though. What you're talking about is tree wells. Yeah, tree wells kill more people in Washington than avalanches do. It's especially gnarly because you could be like stopped on a knoll, right, somewhere, and go to like sit down and not realize that you were like right on top of a tree, and basically like fall in and be upside down hanging from the branches of that tree. Pretty much just, yeah, you die that way. I've never snowboarded outside of the US. I haven't even been to Canada. The tree well, right? The well is just like the funnel shape around the tree. So yes, every tree has a tree well. Typically, it's not as dangerous when the well is at the trunk of the tree. The moment it starts getting up towards the branches, that's where they become really dangerous, because the branches will actually like allow you to fall through them way more than just the snow would. And once you're like in the branches, you're kind of like really like stuck. So yeah, falling into a tree well where it's just at trunk level, not that big a deal. You don't want to hit the tree, but you're probably not going to die from that. But yeah, the moment you fall into a tree well where some of the branches are part of like what's in the covered snow area, that's where it gets pretty dangerous. Because the branches kind of like create this like space where the snow hasn't compacted. So the branches give way, allowing you to go through it. But then the snow fills in on top of you as it happens. The snow layer would be mega thick for what to happen? Sorry. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Here in Washington, we get really thick snow. Right? As far as, like, the weight of the snow. And the way the snow, like, compacts. Like, here in the Cascades, we call it Cascade concrete. Because our snow forms amazing snowballs, just snowball. Whereas, like, really dry snow, you gotta, like, work and pack. Right? Oh, I mean, chatting on a yoinked phone, that happens. Yeah, there are areas of the mountain that fill in massively. Right? Where your snow base is a lot. Right? There are certain places where the snow gets so thick, right, just due to, like, wind and how things get, like, shifted around. The trees also kind of, like, collect it. I don't know. Yeah, it's pretty gnarly. But yes, that totally happens. You're maybe thinking of, like, way taller trees. The most dangerous for falling into a tree well are actually within, like, the 10 to 15 foot range. Not like the 40 to 50 and taller monsters. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah, we're talking more like fledgling adolescent trees, not full-grown like adult trees. I mean, keep in mind, not all of them, right, depending on where you live, not all trees are actually big evergreens as well. There's other types of trees as well. Your English seems all right there, Wolney. You're fine. You're getting better. You're killing it. And Special K, thank you for that follow. Welcome. But let's get back to some work. Let's do some more coding. I know, I love talking about snowboarding. And I'm going snowboarding soon, which is going to be awesome. Oh, man. Yeah, definitely snowboarding Wednesday, which means I probably won't be streaming on Wednesday. We'll see what time I get back. But I got Seattle JS that night. I might just get back from snowboarding at like 1 or 2 and take a nap and then head to Seattle. Actually, hold on. Flying overseas to snowboard? Japan would be amazing. Yeah. Japan, like, if you catch the weather right, would be really good. And yeah, exactly. Wolney, like, your English was great, man. You're killing it. All right, so yeah, met someone at the last Seattle JS that, you know, we exchanged numbers because, like, it's rare to find someone that actually snowboards at these things. So, yeah, might have someone to go ride with. That'd be awesome. I should have known that today and tomorrow would be, like, the heavy snow days, though. It's always when I got stuff scheduled. It's always when I got stuff scheduled, man. I don't get it. No, like, Wolney, like, you're still doing pretty good. You're writing English just as well as people who've done it their entire life. They still need help writing, too. So, yeah, like, you're fine, man. You're killing it. Yeah, exactly, Matisse. We should be so lucky. And what's up, Schweitzer? Hey, been a while, man. How you doing? Yeah, exactly. So yeah, don't get down on yourself, Wolney. You're killing it. The fact that you're understanding me is actually really good, dude. Because I'm not talking as slow as I probably should. We got a channel over in Discord. There's another music thing I need to check out too. Yeah, someone else posted some music I haven't had a chance to listen to yet. Do we not have a music channel? Maybe random? I guess random works. Nah, hold on. I thought we had a music channel. Oh, there is a music channel. I can't read. Why won't it read? So yeah, someone posted. God, I can't read the name right now because I got streamer mode on. But yeah, someone posted something they want me to check out. But yeah, I'm doing well, Schweitzer. And yeah, sorry, did someone ask about the interview and I forgot? The interview went great. I think I nailed it. They didn't ask me to reverse a linked list. I would have failed that entirely. But we got lucky, and they asked us to do something that is kind of like right up my alley. Especially like the way they set the initial criteria and then built upon that criteria to improve the output. That was good. I really liked it. Ooh, thank you. Yeah, I just saw it pop in there. So yeah, thank you there, chatting on a yoinked phone. Yeah, I feel like I nailed it. I'm really happy about it. And I got also lucky that another email came in for scheduling a call about some dev advocate stuff, which sounds even better, right? Not even like, hey, here's a budget to go to, like, conferences. Here's, like, yeah, you're expected to go to conferences, man. Ooh, all right. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. So, yeah. The company I'm interviewing with, I really like. But it's good to have options. Just push it into another linked list. There you go. Oh, I see what you mean. Sure. It's basically the same thing, though, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know. Hold on, we're gonna do this. Let me fire this back up. I want to get the weather thing. We're gonna do a tweet about this. Yeah, maybe. I don't know where that is. Is that Russia or something? Armenia. Okay. Sure. Hold on, I'm curious about this. Yeah, gists are just a repo. It's actually kind of cool. Wait, do I follow this person? No, different Luna. All right, so back to doing work, ish. Hold on, let's pour another background. Okay, so, hold on. We want to make that button open the recording mode. That button is right here. All right, boom, we got some code done. Nailed it. Oh, that reminds me, I'm gonna have to get these batteries charging. Yep. Yup. Yeah, I'm bringing the 360 cam up with me for sure. Duh. But okay, so opening the modal. Oh, we didn't save though. Alright, so bam, we get that recording in progress. Stop recording does not close it. Oh, because we didn't actually add an on clip for that. So we'll do that. Ooh, and did anyone else see Tej's announcement? I think it's funny that he's leaving Sourcegraph for reasons I don't necessarily want to say, but people could probably guess. But yeah, like, yeah, I'm excited to see, like, what he does with the full-time streaming thing. It does seem to me like he gets enough views on YouTube and he has enough subscribers that he could make like decent recurring revenue from doing the content creation thing, right? He's built up a large audience of subscribers, etc., that he can like just put in more effort and monetize that, which I think is really smart. Like, yeah, don't do it immediately and then hope to build an audience. Build the audience first, and then you can go full time. All right, so, oh, yep, we need to get some model. Doesn't really matter which. We're barely using it right now. We do have a bug that, yeah, we're not caching that model properly because it should be in local storage in perpetuity at this point. So I find that a little strange. But yeah, we do that. We can close that. Cool. The next step, we have a bunch of like state we need to manage as we open this modal. That would be kicking off the recording. Probably managing some state of like, hey, if we don't have permission, we should call that out. Right? Like if we request to get access to their microphone and they say no, how are we calling that out? And yeah, some of this is going to involve using get user media to get access to the microphone. Let me think about this. So another big thing, I want to style this and get it to the center of the page. How do we do that with the modal? Yeah, center modal vertically. We just add centered. Easy peasy. All right, so we end up doing that. Right here, I think we want to do just recording and then... Is there a loading spinner in Mantine? Loader? Yup. This is direction column. We also want to do an align center and justify center. And gap we'll give as what, like a 12? Okay. Is it size? It is size. I don't think 12 is right. That's way too small. 20? I'm okay with that. I almost think we can remove the size here and then make this bigger. So hold on, is it size? It is XL? Do we do just something like that? We do. All right. 2XL? Nope. Double XL? Nope. So it's just XL. Hold on, let's go look up what Mantine takes in on the text. Ooh, and maybe I should be using title. Ooh, no, I don't think so. Ooh, we could do font weight to make it bold. Okay. Okay, so then one more thing for the modal. Can we... How do we do the width? Size auto? Size equals auto. Yeah. I think I want to add a little bit more padding to it. I just think we need a little bit more gap here. I think we're going to have more, like we're going to have some UI to update the counter of how long we've been doing this, right? So like the length of the recording. All right, so I need to use the restroom. Give me just a sec. This looks pretty good to me. I think we want to start wiring up the get user media stuff. So yeah, let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. And yeah, this does look pretty good to me so far. Just, you know, we could make this thicker if we wanted. We could do some stuff to the loader. I think we could definitely make it thicker. Not sure if that's the move, but yeah, it's not bad. But yeah, let me use the restroom. I'll be right back. Just a second. Oh, buddy. Yeah, Blake, we're killing it. We got a massive raid from Brooke Zerker earlier, which really, like, bumped the numbers up for us. And I just gotta point out, like, dude, the content warning thing did major harm. I think the content warning thing actually is what messed up our numbers as much as it did. So that's why we drink lemonade and not something else. Wait, what about Side Project Hell? Did you watch that video? Yeah. Content warning was massively hurting us. I've seen nothing but an increase in viewership since dropping it. It is lemonade, though. I'm not even kidding. It's just lemonade, man. It's just lemonade. I don't know what you're talking about, Owen. Ooh, Blake, I think the side project hell video is actually one of those videos that is timeless. I gotcha. And Blake, I'm so sorry for being a bad influence. I hope you don't feel tempted at all. Like, yeah, man, I'm not trying to make anyone feel like they should be doing this same thing. So, I hope there's no temptation. All right, perfect. I always do worry about that. I don't want to be someone's trigger, right, that causes a relapse or something. That'd be rough. Perfect. Yeah, that's awesome, man. I'm happy for you. Good work. And thank you for assuaging that a bit. For sure. Nobody should feel like they need to imbibe just because I do. And I really don't want to, like, make it seem like it's something people need to do in any way whatsoever. Nah. It's something I should do less, for sure. Should and will are very different, though. Just saying. I think it went great. Yeah, I think I nailed it. Yeah, the two people that were in on, like, the pairing session was awesome. The second session only had one person because someone else was just out, you know, so scheduling didn't work out. But, yeah, the person that did the walkthrough session, I think they were actually pumped, too. They said it was their favorite interview of the day, which is, I mean, I'll take that for sure. That was like their third interview, and I was their last one, and I was their best one, too. So, nailed it. Nailed it. Yeah, it was like the project walkthrough thing. So it was like I just got to talk about Vexilla and some of the problems and why the API is the way it is and how it works. And yeah, just talking through this thing I built. Like, yeah, it was great. Yeah, I'm really proud of it. Yeah, I really like the interview process that this company goes through, right? There was the technical part this morning. There was the walk someone through a project or a library you use or whatever. It doesn't even have to be like, oh, what have you made? It's also what have you used, and let's talk through it. So yeah, pretty proud of that. The first interview I had with this company was the person who actually wrote this company's internal, like, feature flagging tool. So just chatting with them about that was pretty good. Now, that wasn't one of the ones today, but it was like, you know, the initial call, basically. Best question they asked about Vexilla? Mainly, their question, like, so they are familiar with feature flagging, and they had dealt with feature flagging at even a previous company they were at, the person that was in the call today. And they started asking questions about, like, so how do you handle this, and how do you handle that? And I pointed out, like, yeah, like, you can use Vexilla on the back end too. There is a case where the front end and back end may be out of sync, but in that case where someone tries to do something that they shouldn't have been able to do due to scheduling or whatever, it's probably best to respond with a status code that hints that they messed that up. And we had already thought about that ages ago, so I actually pulled up the old Vexilla page and pointed out this recipe we had for, you know, like, what status codes make sense for that case. And I feel like 424 is what I recommend, but some of these others also make sense if you're using 424 in some other way. But yeah, I feel like 424 made the most sense when I built this. But yeah, like, if you just simply evaluate a flag and the user shouldn't have been able to do that due to the flag evaluation, such as they're not in the right group, the scheduling is wrong, various things, then yeah, your server should just be able to respond with a status code that the front end could use to maybe fetch that code automatically or not. Now, 418, what is 418? I don't remember what 418 is. 418 is I'm a teapot. Okay. Again, like, that would work as long as you have it established as something that the front end is expecting. Right? 424 is failed dependency, which I think makes more semantic sense. But I also don't know when you would do 424 otherwise. I think upgrade required works. I think failed dependency works. I think 418 could work if you're not using it for anything else. Why not? I even think 417 could work, like expectation failed or precondition failed. 412 or 417, right? Not a bad idea. Unprocessable entity, not a bad idea. I wouldn't say any of these fit exactly. So if you want, you can create your own 400 status code for it. Anything, you know, in the 400 range probably makes sense because it's technically a client error, not a server error. So if you wanted to create 442, go for it. 420 is enhance your calm. Technically, 420 was created specifically by Twitter, and that's the Twitter status code if you are past your, like, your quota of, like, you know, if you're being rate limited, they send you a 420. So Twitter actually, like, coined this one. So method failure or enhance your calm. It's unofficial, but when sent by the Spring framework, it indicates a method has failed, whereas when sent by Twitter, it indicates that the client is being rate limited by making too many requests. So, yeah. Like, take it easy, man. Right? 420 really fits that quite well. Like, quite well. Enhance your calm. Ooh, do you remember what movie Enhance Your Calm is from? Who here actually knows the reference? I can give hints here in a second. Ooh, nope, not quite there, Blake. You were close. Nah, not really, not even close. Not even close at all. No, I get it. I'd still say it's probably a movie that you should get as an old person. Enhance your calm, John Spartan. He doesn't know about the 3 seashells. John Spartan, you have been fined 5 credits due to the verbal morality statute. Demolition Man, there you go. Bob got it. Yeah. Enhance Your Calm is a Demolition Man reference. It's amazing. Yeah, it's really good. Enhance your calm. Enhance my calm? Like, yeah, right? And then Wesley Snipes throws someone through a window. How much do you weigh? Yeah, I love that movie. "5 minutes out of the drink and Spacely Sprockets here wants to take me to Taco Bell." Or whatever, right? Ooh, could you imagine telling someone to enhance their calm? Oh, them's fighting words for sure. Yeah, for sure. I mean, just telling someone to calm down is fighting words. When they're getting worked up and you say calm down, you said that because you're expecting to get hit when you say so. But yeah, saying enhance your calm instead of calm down, or take it easy, or chill, right? That's like one step above. It's like, wow, you got like hoity-toity with it. YT Displant, we are working on the recording aspect of Orderly. Oh, oh man, I almost didn't add lemonade mix to the water. You want enhance your calm on a t-shirt? That'd be pretty good, actually. Yeah, I think that'd be solid. That would be pretty cool. Joseph. Hey, how you doing, Joseph? And Baki Waki and Temblend? Ooh, Temblend. Is that like Timbaland, but, you know, the knockoff brand? Sold right next to the Folexes? Hold on. Let me do one quick thing here. Here it is. Yep. All right, so there we go. No, it's fine, Blake. You know, we don't need to get too snarky, but yes. Whisper is the LLM we're using. That's where the WASM part comes in. And yeah, sorry. So, yep, Shigami, for everyone else watching that might not be knowing what we're doing, it's basically a book writing tool. Looks like I cleared out the data at some point. I don't remember doing that, but yeah, let's create a book. Foo. In that book, let's create a chapter. Bar. Boom. Nailed it. And then, yeah, in this bar chapter, we need to create a snippet. Right? New snippet. We could actually, you know, it was a dark and stormy night, right? And we could like type it out, but I'd rather record the audio of me saying that out loud because I type slowly. That was one of the things where I was feeling really self-conscious in the interview today. I type so slow, and like some of the stuff, like if I typed faster would be way better, but whatever, it's fine. All right, there we go. It's lemonade. Yeah. So the thing I got in the interview, I don't want to disclose too much. How fast am I? Oh, hold on, Reju. 1 second. Oh. Why did that not autocomplete? Whatever. Oh, you're already a regular. I don't know why that got denied. Yeah, sorry about that. There you go. But yeah, it's just lemonade. Wink. But yeah, how fast am I? Dude, I type at like 30 words a minute. I'm really slow. There's certain commands and things that I've, gotten fast at due to repetition. But no, I type really badly, like really low accuracy and really slow. Like, I'm not even kidding. It's like 30 words a minute. Right? If you think typing speed matters, I don't know what to tell you. It doesn't. We have copy and paste, we have tab completion, we have all sorts of things to optimize around needing to be able to type fast. We got multi-cursor editing if we need it, right? We got all sorts of stuff. We got so many things. We got find and replace. We got dude, that's what our editor is for, optimizing around our typing speed. So the better our editors get, or IDEs, the less we need to type quickly. And I made that comment on Twitter at one point, right? I had a bunch of people in chat, or in the responses, saying, oh, but it's really good when you need to type out an email. Couldn't you just dictate that? Couldn't you just say it and have it get recorded and then you're done? I bet you can talk faster than you can type. So yeah, if I have a long email I need to send, yeah, I'm going to dictate that shit. That stuff, sorry. You use NeoVim? Again, your editor in NeoVim, due to tab completion, can do a lot of stuff for you, right? You still get tab completion in NeoVim. Don't you? I guess it's been that long. I don't remember if you actually do. I think you do, right? Yeah, see? So you're fine. Multi-cursor stuff, I think, is the tricky part. But I do still think you can highlight some text and then do basically the same thing that, gets you to every instance of that and then just modify it, right? Yeah, LSPs solve a lot of that auto-completion too. So again, it doesn't matter what editor you're using. If it's good enough, it should give you a lot of the power that saves you from having to need to type fast. But again, whatever. I don't know, man. Yeah, there's all sorts of stuff you can do, right? The power of NeoVim actually runs counter to the needing to type fast thing, right? The power of any good IDE or editor. Saying you need to be able to type fast is basically saying that your editor isn't up to the task. In my opinion. As an example, have you ever done any Objective-C? Have you seen how long variable names and all that stuff gets to? Right? Have you seen the longest enum in history, or the longest constant in history? Oh, man. Yeah, we showed it to DM Mulroy. He made a tweet about it and didn't tag us. But yeah, Objective-C, cousin, sister, right? Objective-C, cousin, sister, uncle, constant, right? Something like that. It's so gnarly. Here it is. CN label, contact relation, younger cousin, mother's siblings, daughter, or father's sister's daughter. This is a constant. in Objective-C, right? This is from the actual documentation, right? Look at that slug right there. These are the official docs. Yeah, it's amazing, right? When you look at other things that are similar, look at how long they can get. You know why this is not a problem? Because you end up doing CNL tab, right? Then you get contact relation completed. And then from there, you end up doing either E or D tab, and you get to like another where you type a single letter and you hit tab again. And you're done. Like, it's so easy. Your typing speed does not matter, even for a string this long, because auto-completion gets us there. No, so what you're missing is that this is a constant, right? This is a constant value or a global variable that you would want to use to identify certain cases of doing something within your contexts. If you have any application that gets permission to look at a user's contexts, this is a variable you might end up needing to consume for some reason or another. It's possible. I'm not saying it's common, but it's possible. And look at how many of these there are. But can we recognize that CN label contact relation is just a prefix, and then you're done? So in certain languages, right? Father's brother's daughter. This is actually your cousin's father's brother's daughter. So it's like even separated further than that. It's not just a cousin, it's your cousin's cousin, which may not be related to you in any significant way. It's your cousin twice, like, twice removed or some BS. I forget the name. Second cousin, that's the term, right? But in some languages, second cousin is gendered and the word for it is something totally different, right? The words for that mean something, and how you gender that word means something. So yeah, just because here in English we would just say second cousin, other languages have a more specific term for it. I'm gonna guess German. Probably German. They got a word for everything, man. I would bet the German literally translates to elder cousin, father's brother's daughter. Former roommate. Yeah, exactly. Nailed it. Slavic language has a specific term for that. Sure. Yeah, I agree. Like, I know that there's some reason they had to create this. Will we ever have to deal with it? Probably not. But when you're doing localization, yeah, maybe. There you go. Yep, makes sense. I get it. Oh, so no, technically, yeah. The longest one is probably this one, right? Oh, this one maybe is slightly longer. So younger cousin, mother's sibling's daughter, or father's sister daughter. Like, oh my god. Or, yeah, exactly, dude. Like, it's gnarly. Yeah, exactly. Aterazak. Some language, or Ataraz. Sorry, there we go. Yeah, like, I totally get it. This is necessary to communicate in the world, right? In a certain country? Meh. Yeah, so what you're getting at, the same thing applies to Spanish and most Romance languages as well. Anything derived from Latin. Yeah, Spanish, French, Italian. Yeah, anything Latin-based absolutely has gendering of basically every noun. There you go, Reiju. Nailed it. It's the or that gets you. Yeah, totally. Yep, totally. Yeah, I get it. I get it. All right, so towards the thing we're building. Let's go look at it. When we look at the original code, there is a moment at which they do the media recorder stuff. Now, why do they end up doing the truncate to the first 30 seconds? I'm curious about that one. I'm not sure we actually need to. Was it over in the Whisper? Oh. Really? Okay. Hold on. So yeah, using Tiny might be good to go. You can't find it? Yeah, no worries. I'm curious about it. Yeah, I'm not really seeing it. Looking through the PRs? Okay, that's not a bad idea. Because, yeah, knowing why they limit it to 30 seconds would be incredibly useful. Right? I don't necessarily even trust changing that without a good reason. I can't seem to find it. Yeah, so we've been able to actually get the entire transcription from a bunch of this, right? Whisper timestamps did greater than 30 seconds, no problem. So I don't think that's it. Maybe it's in, like, the example code? Or, like, on the example demo? Yeah, I have no idea why they limit it to 30 seconds. So it looks like Chrome Audio Capture has a 20-minute time limit. Oh. So recordings over 30 minutes may cause Chrome browser to become unstable, and a high probability the browser could crash and lose your recording. Obviously not good. Yeah, I don't know what Camflare is using. You're saying maybe like OpenAI 30-second limit? So like using ChatGPT has a 30-second limit? Okay. I don't think that matters to us. Wait, what the hell is Camflare? Oh, it's for testimonials. Ah, okay. And yeah, sorry, Classical Uncle. Yeah, let's look at that. Whew, sorry for the yawn. You know, I don't know if I actually have anything I've passed into Whisper that is longer than 30 seconds. So I might not have been doing my test properly. It will handle it? Okay. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think that's all there is to it. We just gotta try. Worst case scenario. You found the commit? Yeah, I mean, feel free to link it, Jarrell. I'm really curious now. I just want to double check it. Yeah, it's a bit larger than I thought. I didn't realize they implemented all of this in one place. Oh, they had a whisper.js that they just inlined, it looks like. Maybe not. It has a work in progress commit a little early on as well. Okay. Yeah, they don't have a good reason why they truncate it to the first 30 seconds. That is so weird to me. Huh. Ooh, and yeah, optics. It went well. Yeah, I think I did a pretty good job. I'm pretty happy about it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what happens if we just don't truncate. We're gonna find out, I guess, right? But yeah, that means I need to get a monologue going here in a second, but that's after we get things actually working. I've never seen that because I've never sent an audio that was longer than that. So yeah. We're gonna find out. I don't know. We'll find out. But yeah, hey, yeah, thank you, Optics. I appreciate it. You connected up to Supabase yesterday? Yeah, I've heard it's really easy. Yep. I just wish they were hiring right now. I really hope they hire Graham. I think he needs to keep pressuring Supabase into hiring him. Graham the DevRel, I think, would be really good. But yeah, I don't think they have a role for me at the moment. Thank you, Optics. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, the fact that I'm not even interviewing for, like, a senior role, I can get a regular DevRel, or a dev job, a regular dev job, right? As just standard software engineer. Senior, a lot of people put a lot of, like, hoops to jump through for the senior title, depending on the company. The fact that I've been senior at a few companies now, and this job that is not senior is actually, like, an extremely reasonable salary, and, like, it's a somewhat, like, a small step down from the previous salary, but not enough for me to care. Right, we're talking like 10K difference. Right? Nah, man. That 10K is not a big deal. If this current company, I didn't actually ask about 401k matching. If this current company does a 401k match, woo! I am so in. Because the previous company I was at did not do a match. And 401k matching is easily worth the extra 10k to me. Because it's pre-tax. Yeah, it makes sense. I've been front-end lead in multiple places. Typically as a senior. And, yeah, like, you know. I don't think I got paid for the value I delivered, but it's what I made at the time, and it was always a bump up from the thing before. Ooh, yeah, Jarrell, yes, you should. If your company does a 401k match, you should absolutely do that. No matter what, the 401k is still valuable, even if they're not matching, but matching means that's free money. That is free money if they're going to match you up to 5% of your salary per month. Yeah, you put that 5% in every month, and you're getting another 5% for free. It's free money. Even then, if they don't do a match, it can still be worth it to put money into your 401k, because in the future, your salary is going to be probably much lower, and that 401k still gets, you know, it does get taxed eventually, but when you're hopefully taking from it, your yearly salary is bad, right? You know, as an old person dipping into their savings, right, their retirement savings, your yearly stuff should not be that expensive, so you shouldn't be taxed too heavily on it. So it's a way of like deferring the tax on this stuff until the time when you're not going to pay nearly as much on taxes. As a senior, did I get called out when the juniors didn't perform? Yeah. No, not at all. I mean, this last company was like small startup-y. Company before that, where I was senior as well, was a startup within a company. So I barely I didn't get a junior underneath me at the company before until like 2 months before I didn't work for that company anymore. So yeah, like for the most part, developing the front end was all me. So when I talk about Symmetra and some of that stuff I did for Symmetra, I was senior and front end lead, but there was actually like only someone underneath me towards the end of that tenure. But technically, I still consider it a lead role because I had to craft documents about why we chose the tech we chose, and I was the one on the hook for doing front-end demos, and like, you know, it was a front-end lead role, even if there wasn't people underneath me the entire time. Right? It was more a senior role in which I built out the entire platform. Right? I don't mean the back end, I mean the entire front end of the platform. Definitely had some help in places, didn't do it totally solo, but man, yeah, that project only saw the light of day and only worked because of the effort I put in. Which is why it's even more ridiculous that I had a boss tell me I needed to be a butt-in seat from 9 to 5 because I hadn't been the entire time. But I couldn't tell them that because then they might go after the entire salary they'd paid me the whole time. So no, right? Optics, they asked you an like one or the other question, and you just said yeah. Right? Hold up. Hold up. Is it both? Yeah, like, hold up. Freelancing is absolutely more stress than consulting, for sure. As a freelancer, you're also the sales team. Unless you're good at sales, ugh, no thank you. Oh, you're sorry, trees? Are you blaming trees right now? Is that it? But no, I believe what Optics has said before is that they were working at a consulting company, right? And they recently got let go, right? Just economy. Hiring consultants is extremely expensive and only worthwhile to some companies right now. And I'm only saying that, I feel like you said it here publicly. If I'm doxing you with that, I am so sorry there, Optics. I feel like you've said that here on stream. Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm not, like, doxing you with that. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure you said it. Okay, cool. Just double checking. I would have felt really bad about that. Oh, man. Oh, absolutely, Bob. Yeah. I might have the best memory of anyone you know. Yep. Despite the things I do that should probably make it worse. And Freud, I like that name. That's solid. Yeah, working at a product company. Yeah, Optics. I was the same way when I left the consulting company I was at as well. Oh, we just don't do that here on this stream anymore. Oops, sir. Over on the other stream, yeah, totally. We don't do that here, though. Again, because Twitch would require a content warning about it, and the content warning massively harms viewership. Like, massively. Like, so bad. Unless your audience is there specifically for that. Right? There are some streams that do that stuff as their entire core part of their content. Those streams can make it work, but oof. Right? So yeah, it's pretty tough. There's a really good stream I'd recommend if you're looking for that kind of stuff. He's super chill, like really cool actually. Yeah, but by working on a product, you get a little bit of like stagnation by working on the same thing all the time, right? You don't get a lot of like chance to like greenfield new projects and stuff like that. So there's a little bit of like grass is always greener because there's some things you get at an agency that you won't get at a product company. Some of the best like learning and leveling up I did as an engineer happened at the agency I was at because I was scaffolding new projects every 3 to 6 months. Right? So I'm really good at starting projects. Establishing the baseline for a project that will be continued to be built on and worked on. Yeah, you will learn a lot being able to start brand new things on a frequent basis at a consulting company. Yeah. Really, Sergeant Pepper? That's pretty gnarly. That sounds awesome, though, actually. Uplifting products count as greenfield? So what do you mean by that, Jarrell? When you say uplifting, do you mean like porting it, like maybe it's a complete rewrite, but you still have to work with the same API? Is that what you consider an uplift? Sure, gotcha, but the back end is still the existing API? No, I'd still consider that greenfield because you're still building out the front end brand new from scratch so you can establish a lot of the patterns for the new project. So I consider that still greenfield. It's maybe yellow field, but it's not brownfield, you know? I think it's still greenfield too, for sure. It's more of a hassle than getting to work with the back end together to craft an API that does everything you both need together and it's brand new to them and they don't have a worry about breaking anything. I can get that. Yeah, totally. That's different. So I get that, Jarrell. Yeah, that's the tricky part. Why does that API take so long? Digging into why and working with the backend team to split up the work being done so that you can maybe parallelize and fetch those things at the same time could be worth it. I could see that. Yeah, Banana Master Jackson. I love that name. It's entirely possible. For sure, it does happen. It often happens when you've been working with smaller clients and then all of a sudden a large client jumps into it with way more data than you ever would have expected. We dealt with that at the company I was previously at. Right? We onboarded a new company. The deal was for them to onboard like 3 of their projects or something. Instead, they onboarded every project, and we were dealing with them having to have tens of thousands of action items to like optimize their Kubernetes clusters. And the amount of data that we were having to like aggregate and sort and filter and blah, blah, blah was insane. Like, it was gnarly. Right? So much so that it was freezing our UI because we needed to do like filtering and like table stuff. And some of those tables were like client-side paginated. Gnarly, right? So yeah, like a bunch of cases ended up involving, yeah, we need server-side pagination for this, and for the amount of like filters that we have available, we need to like, you know, trim that to the top 1,000. You're sending us 10,000. Sure, that's fine. Sending 10,000 like strings over the wire for a filter set is not a big deal. It's like 10K. That's super cheap. But then putting that into a UI and having that many items in a drop-down list, that's not good. So yeah, like dealing with a bunch of just like way more data than anybody had ever tested with. Is there a path forward to make sure that they're testing with that amount of data in the future? Absolutely, but that's based upon making sure that we have the right fixtures for our testing environment and things like that, and recording when an action takes way too long and all that stuff. So there were mitigations, there were things we could fix about the process, but, you know, it was unanticipated amounts of data that we were dealing with because of that. Could you make sure that it works for all that amount of data? Sure, but until you have that data set, you just don't know. There's another thing I'll happily talk to I worked on a project at the consulting agency I was at years ago where someone implemented a recursive function that would comb through and look at what folders needed to be open within like a file tree style like tree view on the left, right? Where you got like, you know, you click a thing and it expands the things underneath it, and you click another thing and it expands those things underneath that. And then when you have like a multi-nested structure, you know, there is definitely a cost to calculating what should be open and what should not. The person that wrote the original implementation did it recursively, and it worked great for 100 items. But then when the API returned 1,000 items, all nested and funky, yeah, that's a lot more work to iterate on every render cycle, so instead you have to update it when only the data changes. And it's a very different problem. So I had to gut their entire recursive function logic and create my own that just updated, you know, a hash table or a hash map when things changed, right? Is there a little more memory to consume and hold that hash map? Sure. But our calculation of what needs to be open and what needs to be closed is then a one-to-one lookup rather than a recursive function for every single item. So there's just some things that you don't realize are a problem until you have a larger data set. Right? And if the client only gives you, hey, here's the example data set and it's 100 things, and then they come back and give you 1,000, you might uncover a bunch of performance issues that you didn't anticipate and never even noticed because you weren't dealing with a proper fixture set. So that will happen. That does happen. How quickly can you adapt and fix the problems for that is really based upon how well you built the thing in the past, right? And for the problem we had at the previous job, it actually just meant we needed to like truncate our drop-down list to the top 1,000 items. That's actually really easy to do. We just needed to actually do it, you know? And you don't know you need to do it until it becomes a problem. And adding all the extra like truncation and stuff ahead of time before you have a problem is wasted effort, right? It's more complexity for a thing that you might not even keep around. Because in a product company, you're often making things to see if they stick, and if no user uses it, well, yeah, it might just disappear again. Whatever. Exactly. It becomes premature optimization to deal with, hey, what happens if this dropdown has 1,000 items? Well, hold up. Will it? Probably not. Well, then, yeah, let's not deal with that. That's wasted effort. Right? There becomes a case for fighting against over-engineering things. Not always. Sometimes the over-engineering is part of practicing for proper engineering for a thing that will have that scale. I've seen stories of like, yeah, I was working on a side project with a junior and another senior, and they built out so much stuff that didn't need to be done for a project that's only going to be used by 10 people. In that case, were they actually doing it just because the project necessitated it, or were they doing it to establish muscle memory, right? To make sure that they're thinking about these problems in the future for real situations, right? And at that point, yes, establishing multiple environments, probably a good idea. Even if it's just a side project for 10 people, establishing multiple environments is good practice. Right? Good practice for the eventual game. I'm really looking forward to snowboarding on Wednesday now. I hope the weather doesn't warm up too much. I'd be really sad about that. Always wanted to try skateboarding, you skateboard? Sorry, you always wanted to try snowboarding, you skateboard. Yeah, they're very different things. If you are a really good skateboarder and you do like rails and other things where like you're good at like bailing, that actually sets you up in the wrong way for snowboarding because you can't bail. You can't bail on a snowboard. It's attached to your feet. So yeah, snowboarding is a real quick exercise in committing. It's really fun though. I'd recommend it. And some of the best snowboarders I've ever met were really good skateboarders first. Right? Derek Lever. I don't know if anyone knows that name from the snowboard world. He was from Washington here. He got his start like riding Stevens Pass, and then that dude went pro after like 3 years of snowboarding, dude. Because he was a really good skateboarder first. Yeah, exactly, Freud. Yeah. Like on a rail, on a skateboard, you can just bail. You can just kick it out. You know? On a snowboard, you're just on it. Good luck. Have fun. Better commit. Go fast enough that you fly past the rail, not on it. All right? Like as far as like if you fall. Oh, Katrian, hey, are you in the area? Oh, sick. I'm going to Seattle JS on Wednesday night. Maybe I'll see you there. Up to you. You know, just saying, throwing it out there. You find snowboarding easier than skateboarding? I think it depends. Yeah, in park stuff. I mean, again, no, I consider snowboarding easier than skateboarding too. I'm not a great skater. But you go to Snoqualmie a couple times every winter. Is Stevens better? Stevens is about 1,000 feet higher elevation. It's about 15 miles north and 1,000 feet higher elevation. That 1,000 feet tends to mean a lot. If we're at like 28 degrees at Stevens Pass, you're probably like right at 32 at Snoqualmie, just due to the elevation. Yeah, no worries, Duct Tape. Are you already back from pool? That person must have sucked to drink with. Really? Total lightweight, huh? So Katrian, I think the biggest thing I said that you missed out on was, are you here in the Seattle area? I'm going to be at Seattle JS on Wednesday night. But yeah, so Stevens Pass, 1,000 feet higher in elevation. Okay, south of Seattle by about 30 minutes. Nice, I live in Redmond, so yep. Yeah, I'll be at Seattle JS on Wednesday night. It's a pretty good time if you haven't been before. I'd recommend it. But yeah, I plan on snowboarding Wednesday morning as well. And yeah, I'm going to Stevens. The main reason I prefer Stevens is because I worked there for years and I know the mountain fairly well. Like, I can go into the bar and see a bunch of people I know just by hanging out. It's nice. It has that, like, almost like Cheers-like vibe. Theo's not wrong. Hold on. So, Spiridon, Mr. Sir, has a tweet. What the hell? Video editing is hard. How do you people do this? To which I replied, editing your own videos is a very quick path to hating your own voice. And Theo chimed in, and also to getting better at speaking. He's not wrong. For sure, you learn to enunciate better. I still hate the sound of my own voice, though. Duh. Oh, you're right. These kids don't know what Cheers is. Good call, Sergeant. Yeah. Cheers is basically a bar where everybody knows your name. Did I describe it well? I think I nailed it, Sergeant. I think I nailed it on that description. Yep. Banger. My favorite part about Stream Parrot is the way that we glue together emotes that are obviously meant to be next to each other. Right? You see how on Twitch in their chat there's a space between them? Nope. Nailed it. Nailed it. Hold on, here's another good example of why a Stream Parrot is the best. Nailed it! But all right, let me go use the restroom, okay? BRB. One sec. Yeah, I'm in a really good mood and we're just hanging. So yeah, how is everyone's day going? Thank you, thank you. How you doing, Swampy, Mr. Sir? Busy today, glad it's over. Yeah, makes sense. Hold on, let me just reply to someone over here. The Internet Archive? Ooh, yeah, it's really good, ASM, for sure. Yeah, there's a couple articles I can only get through the Internet Archive because the original author lost them. I'm trying to remember what one that is now. It's like MRRN. Oh, that's it. Yeah, it's this one. Yep. So this article doesn't exist anymore on the internet, but we've got a good capture from when it was published. And yeah, back in 2016, new date was the cause of something like 70% of bugs at Alibaba. There's some number for it. Hold on. They say the number. Hold on. Wait. It turns out date parsing led to 90% of internal cross-browser incompatibility issues at Alibaba. That's why Moment.js is such a big deal. It's why date libraries exist, because new date is a nightmare. Hold up. We're gonna do this. We're gonna tag Theo and make sure that he is aware of that exact article. Right? Because he will make a video about temporal, right? For sure. Like, guaranteed. Yeah, the Internet Archive is so much more than just the Wayback Machine. The Internet Archive is also the home of the largest public domain video out there. Hold on, public domain video archive or whatever, right? This right here is actually amazing. So Library of Congress is good, but I think Internet Archive does even more. Right? And I don't know what that is even. Shit. Hold on, that's not the right link. The Prelinger Archives. This is it. Yeah. Dude, the Prelinger archive is huge. Like, so awesome. If you're looking for, like, old, antiquated, like, you know, videos, etc., yeah, check it out. All this stuff is public domain, so you can use it in any video you ever wanted to make. There will be nobody coming after you for copyright. Don't be a sucker. Buy war bonds or some BS. You know, like, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I don't know if it's in the Prelinger archive specifically, but the OG cartoon is public domain now. So it should make it there eventually. Oh, wait, what'd you do? Oh, really? Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Yeah. No, what it means, Blake, is you haven't tried to post a link before. That's actually like a badge of honor, dude. Yeah, thank you, man. Yeah, this is obviously about, like, war bonds or something. I don't know. Like, so weird. Oh, is this an I Am Spartacus scene? Are they gonna get sued? Interview went great. I think I nailed it. Not gonna lie, it was actually so much easier than I was expecting. I'm so happy about that. I could share that it went well. I don't want to dox their entire process. Hold on. Part of it was creating this output. Right? But it was like an iterative process of going through and, like, you know, like, hey, what happens if there's more than whatever, right? Well, okay, I gotcha. Yeah, I get it, right? So it works if we do 10, but then what about 1,000? And really, like, this is showing, like, the iteration of it. It's not giving you, like, the answer and how I did it and all that, right? So I don't think I'm doxing too much. They didn't even have me submit the code or anything. They just wanted to go through the process with me. And I think that's more important, right? Going through the process, talking about your thoughts while you're doing it, all that. So yeah, it was like very like, it was a very cool problem, right? Because it was more like pair programming, right? We'd chat, we'd discuss things, and as we were going through it, you know, like, they'd make a comment like, oh, you know what? You're totally right. Yeah, I should make sure I solve for that. When we ran into some type issues, yeah, you know, let's just cast it. It's okay. We don't want to spend the entire time fighting TypeScript because I decided to use an enum for a thing. And then, yeah, object.entries was mangling that and turning it into a string, so then that became like a weird thing. And I know there's a way we could do that, but yeah, it was good. I'm really happy about it. Like, it was a solid process. Yeah, I really like the interview process. And then the second interview today was with the same company, but it was like a different part. different people as well. And I had to just talk through a project. I talked through Vexilla. And it was a blast. Woo-wee. Yeah, I got to validate Vexilla more. Wait, what about fitment? Wait, what does fitment mean? What's a fitment? Is that a mint that fits in like a very specific place? Like a Tic Tac? No. So I'm interviewing specifically for a team, right? So the team I was interviewing for, like, is already decided, right? That's like the role itself. There is a cross-team collaboration interview for the same company tomorrow. We'll see how that one goes. I don't think there's any prep I can do for that one. But doing the leak code over the weekend massively helped. So thank you all for being with me on that journey. It massively helped me out. Just to have the confidence to go into it, you know? So yeah, thank you all for letting me do that. Yes, the main gist is we need to do the navigator.media devices thing. Yeah, I ended up getting another request for an interview, and I scheduled it for tomorrow morning as well, for a dev advocate role for like a crypto company that could be interesting. I think that could be really interesting, just to get my foot in the door as a dev advocate. So yeah, again, I'm not saying I'm going to pick one or the other. Salary is going to be a part of it, right? There's other concerns, right? The job and the stuff I'm doing. The fact that I will be full stack at the role that I interviewed for today is a big thumbs up towards my resume, just because a lot of companies don't give me full stack credit. Even though I've done full stack stuff, it's not on my resume. Golden handcuffs suck? Ooh, like how golden? Like, are you working at a company that got acquired and you have to be there for X amount of time to like vest your stock or whatever? Or maybe not even acquired, like the golden handcuffs are the stock that you need to vest, right? Is that it? That's a big reason why I don't like the idea of stock compensation, right? That's how Amazon gets you. I don't know if you're at Amazon, don't say, right? Like, don't blink if you're being held captive by Amazon. So it's a medium company that's growing quickly, no stock or RSUs? That doesn't sound like golden handcuffs at all. So I get that. That's really like, you can get that in a lot of places, man. But if the pay is good enough, do you have any reason to migrate? Probably not. Yeah, no reason to leave. That is very different from golden handcuffs. That's a very different thing. Yeah, silver handcuffs at best. At best. When you say 100% more, meaning like you could double your salary, those aren't even handcuffs anymore. The work-life balance is amazing. Okay, so that counts. But you could make twice as much elsewhere? You could probably make 50% more and still have a good work-life balance. So I'd say start interviewing anyway, just cuz. Because why not? You know? But again, if you don't have time for it, I get it. I totally get it, man. Don't feel bad about none of this. I mean, no matter what, even if you have a 4-year university degree, you're going to spend a significant amount of time doing self-teaching. Because universities aren't there to teach you how to build an application, they're there to teach you how to learn. So even if you have a bachelor's from some university, you're still going to be doing a bunch of self-teaching. So everybody is self-taught. Yeah, so Zerk, I have an AA. Technically, again, the AA is there to teach you how to learn. I'm willing to bet they taught you how to research and learn from that research, right? That's the #1 thing school is actually meant to do. They're not meant to give you the skills you need for the job. They're meant to give you the skills you need to train for any job. And to expose you to some things that you might not self-teach, such as data structures and algorithms. I would not have done any of that. I would not have learned Dijkstra's algorithm for any reason whatsoever if it weren't for the college course that I did. I wouldn't have done it. It wasn't necessary, it wasn't valuable, it didn't accomplish any goal I ever needed to accomplish. I did end up using Dijkstra's algorithm for a prototype Civilization style game for mobile that I never completed. But again, would I have even tried? Hell no. Nah. Wouldn't be relevant to anything I'm doing. So the fact that school forces you to learn things that you don't think you need, but you end up needing, is actually important. OSI model. I learned OSI model in college. Even though TCP/IP is more important now, OSI is still relevant. Do I need to know it? No, but it does help. At least a little bit. But I think the biggest thing is it forces you to have to learn things that you don't necessarily want to force yourself to learn. I think it really depends, Zerk. #1, there's the fundamentals, such as math class and a bunch of other stuff, right? 3 years of American Sign Language? That sounds like a waste of money. Again, you could learn sign language on your own. My biggest thing is I took an accounting class and realized I don't want to do accounting ever again. That was worth it for sure. It was absolutely worth spending 10 days in that class and realizing I needed to drop it. I'm not going to say I didn't gain anything from it, though, because I understand basic accounting and what assets and liabilities are and credits and debits and all that BS. Sure, right? No, so Scraptillion, you're 100% correct. For the majority of engineers, software developers in general, TCP/IP is a simplification of OSI, right? But it's really just the simplification they need to understand that level of things, right? And I think that's the part that's interesting. So technically, OSI helps network engineers really understand it, right? It's geared towards network engineers. As a web developer, understanding TCP/IP is fine. At some point, understanding OSI is useful to realize why your switch can't do router things, you know? Does that matter to a web dev? Hell no. But it does matter to a network engineer or IT, right? So I think OSI is valuable, but not to everybody. So OSI is worth knowing for the people that need to know it. And then TCP/IP will get most people through what they need to know. So I think both models are important and worth it, but as a web dev, you don't need to know the entire OSI stack. TCP/IP handles that for you. Zerk, you're complaining about a 4 p.m. class? Most people I know about only complain about the 7 a.m. class. I've never heard anyone complain about a 4 p.m. class. I've never heard that before. That's a problem? Ah, so that's the issue, right? It wasn't the 4 p.m. class that was the problem, man. It was the 6 a.m. class. That was the issue. Traffic was terrible. I could see that. I could see that. Yeah, that makes sense. I get you. I get you. I get it. I get it. I don't agree, but I get it. No, I think I agree too, for sure. Yeah, right? Like, dude, you were in a bad area. So hold up, at 4 p.m. you should be dealing with families leaving Disney. Why are they going to Disney at 4 p.m.? Who does that, right? Doesn't the park close at like 5? Oh wait, how late does the park stay open? Oh, it closes after dark because of fire. Do they do fireworks every day? At like 11 p.m. they do a fireworks show and they do it every day? What? That is so gnarly. Oh, that would be such a nightmare living next to that. Just living a block away and having a dog? Oh my god. Oh, brutal, dude. Yeah, that's that Disney money. Nobody lives a block away? Alright, so that's a win. That's better. What is the closest you could live to Disney? I'm curious about that. I kind of figured they make the employees live a block away. I would guess they make employees live real close. Or at least they have like employee housing or whatever. They have a college on site? Employees are not allowed to leave. Exactly, Freud. Exactly, John Watt. Yeah, you're right, you're right. Yeah. What do you mean home? Yeah. Right? They just get chained to where they're at, right? Oh yeah, you're Gaston? You're Gaston forever. Have fun. Yeah, exactly. I saw a meme of who was ever inside like the Minnie Mouse costume, like smoking a cigarette or something, like on their break. It's some dude with a mustache in the Minnie Mouse costume. Yeah, like that's hilarious. That's why they don't speak, because they got dudes playing like Minnie Mouse, you know? Wait, Swampy, is that a thing? Do they have a fleet of trained feral cats? Like, literally they do? Really? No way. I'm so confused by this. Really? Wait, hold on, Swampy, you actually worked for Disney at one point? I didn't know that. You never told me that. That's amazing, dude. Hold up. Here's even a link. Hold up. Natural pest control. The cats you see in the gardens are Longwood employees working in our integrated pest management program. In return for maintaining a vigorous rodent patrol, they receive excellent pay and benefits. Each cat has a home in one of the shops located throughout the gardens that they can access through their own pet door. They are fed regularly and receive routine medical care. Collars are not worn to prevent possible injuries. Our cats are doing an important job. Please do not distract them. They should not be handled, and because each has a distinct territory, they shouldn't be encouraged to follow you. If you see an injured cat or one in the parking lot, please inform our security staff. The cats are the ones with the golden handcuffs. Damn right. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And real quick, so hold up. Someone asked, hold on, where is it? How is knowing TCP IP model helpful for web dev? So when you're talking about web dev, hold on, I forgot the name already. Jilu, right? When we talk about web dev, we mean front end and back end. And understanding how the TCP IP model works is especially useful for back end engineers. Right? For troubleshooting why certain things might be failing, etc. Right? So there's a big difference between a network engineer and a back-end engineer, but back-end engineers sometimes have to deal with the same problems that a network engineer might have to deal with. Does that make sense? Does that help? For front end, you don't need to care. It's completely irrelevant. But for web dev includes front end and back end. Once you recognize that, yes, knowing TCP IP model does make sense then, right? Oof, damn, Swampy. Okay, I gotcha. But yeah, does that help? I'm sorry if it took me a little while there, Jilu. It's only been 5 minutes. But yeah, I get it. You probably already popped off to another stream that would respond to you, so that's my bad. Orlando is terrible, ask anyone that lives there. Yeah, I'll believe you. It's Florida, isn't it? Okay, perfect, Jilu. I just wanted to make sure. Sorry, I'm sorry I left you hanging. But yeah, I hope that explains like why it's useful for a web dev, because web dev is front end and back end. So anyway, yep, no worries. If you mean just front end, probably not that important. Don't even worry about it. OMB, it should be giving you the warm and fuzzies, right? Like, do you see any edges on this font? Hell no, it's all smooth sailing, man. Not a single edge in sight. Yeah, I'd agree with that. That sounds about right there, Swampy. Isn't it something crazy like Disney World itself makes more than like the GDP of Florida? Right? If you were to like separate the two? Isn't it something like that? Like, yeah, that's crazy, man. Right? Florida, like, totally combines and contains the Disney revenue. But if you were to say take the Disney World revenue away from the Florida GDP, right? Like, yeah, I don't know. 40 to 50 grand a night just for the fireworks? What? Oh. So not anymore because Florida is home to a bunch of like sports betting companies? I could see that. That sounds about right. Right? Like Underdog Fantasy and DraftKings and BS like that. I could see that. I could see that. Because those things are worldwide, you know? I could see that. Wait, a few months ago, a bill got passed where the Seminole tribe got exclusive rights to sports betting in Florida? What? Well, I mean, Swampy, it makes sense when they charge 20 bucks for water, right? There's a food and wine festival? Best thing at Disney is drinking around the world at Epcot. Don't start in Mexico or you'll never make it. What, do they just give you like shots of tequila immediately? Never start with the tequila? I get that. I get that. Okay. And it's probably not even good tequila, too. It's probably just Cuervo. Ugh. Is it good tequila? MD 2020? What is that? I don't even know. Oh, it's $25 a drink? Yeah, they better not be serving me some Cuervo. Oh, Mad Dog. Oh, gotcha there. Okay, that's what MD is. Gotcha. That makes sense. Yeah, I get it. Okay, now we know. Oh, we know now. Yeah, every once in a while I convince myself that, oh, you know what? I should probably drink cheaper whiskey. And then I try the cheaper whiskey, and I regret everything about that decision. If I'm going out to a bar, I will drink nicer bourbon, for sure. So, Woodford, Four Roses, basically anything but Jack Daniels or Jim Beam or anything worse than that. Jim Beam's actually not that bad. Jim Beam is actually not a bad well. I don't think I've had Jack Single Barrel. Old fashioned with extra bitters for like Woodford as like the bourbon. Yeah, that's not bad. I get that. Yeah, that's fine. Cask straight. So yeah, I guess I haven't had any of like the fancy Jack Daniels. The company I used to like snowboard for, their brand alcohol was Jack Daniels basically. So I can't drink Jack Daniels anymore. Like yeah, I'm just saying. There's a reason. There's a reason I cannot drink Jack Daniels anymore. It's because too much. Way too much. And it's so sweet. It's just, ugh, so sweet. And if you overdo it, you'll never be able to drink it again. And hey, what's up, Badman, Mr. Sir? Oh, yeah, for sure. Like, Freud, there was the snowboard show in Vegas before it went to Colorado. It's probably fine in Colorado. I went once. In Vegas, yeah, man, they would have like a secret bar at the Rome booth where there's as much Jack Daniels as you can drink. And luckily, we were right next to the Skull Candy booth, so I've seen Snoop Dogg perform 15 feet away from me. Yeah, for sure. He did one song, but it was worth it. It was awesome. It was super cool. It was really cool, man. So yeah, being right next to the Skull Candy booth, big win. Big win. I don't know. Dude, I was shit-faced. Pardon the language. I don't remember the song at all. I just know it happened. I have the mental image of it. I don't have the mental audio of it. Popped up out of nowhere, yes, due to a lot of like investment, right? During a time when there wasn't really like an up and coming audio brand, right? Beats kind of like jumped onto that bandwagon of like, yeah, let's do like a niche like hip audio brand. Boom, nailed it. Good job. Nailed it. Really cool. But yeah, Badman, thank you so much for your messages yesterday. I didn't see him quick enough. But I appreciate you looking out for me. And yes, in the future, if you do notice that I do the same thing, please, like, let me know any way you can. The ways you did, right? You're allowed to send me messages now. Like, I added you as a friend and all that. Yeah, that was my bad. I didn't even eat last night. I had some, like, chips or something. Yeah. I was like, hold up. You don't have my number. But yeah, on Discord, no, I get it. I wouldn't have heard it anyway because I'm in streamer mode all the time. But no, I do appreciate that. I think I can go in and edit the video to, like, crop it at the point that I ended stream and then kept it going. But I need to go look into how to do that. There's, like, a bunch of live video feeds that I should do that for. Ooh, yeah, Swampy, right? Like, Oakley nailed it. Ray-Ban was, like, the only big eyeglass manufacturer in the world. And then Oakley came out and did their thing, and then technically Ray-Ban bought them. Right? Ray-Ban and Oakley and a bunch of, like, eyeglass brands, etc. are actually owned by the same company. Right? Let me double check this. Yeah, they're all owned by the same company now. I just want to know what the owner actually is. Luxottica? That sounds about right. It really does, for sure. And they're the people that own, like, Sunglass Hut. Aren't they? Essilor Luxottica. Yep. Yeah, Luxottica, for sure. Blanton's. Blanton's is really good. Yeah, totally. They don't sell it at Costco, which is a problem, but whatever. But yeah, Essilor Luxottica. They are the owners of LensCrafters, Pearl Vision, and Sunglass Hut. Wait, why? Why should... Oh, because you liked the BS? Sure, go for it. Yeah, what's the thing? My bad. Yeah, the only reason you would start any kind of, like, glassware or, like, goggle company is to eventually get bought out by this company. Okay, yeah, what do you want me to look at there? Am I missing something here? Oh, you're talking about ESS, right? Eye Safety Systems. There you go. Yep. Yeah, so ESS is probably the big one, right? Who the hell is Oliver Peoples? Is he Oliver Tree's, like, rich cousin? Mr. Oliver P. Eeples. There you go. Yeah, I like that. Nailed it. So hold up, do I need to create, like, a glasses or goggle brand? I think I do. I think I really do. And hey, Heather, yeah, cheers. The Shades people are coming for me. Exactly, Rumble Foreskin. Yeah, Oliver Tree had to get his funding from somewhere. Yeah, totally. Totally, man. Yep. Yeah, get popular enough in market that Essilor wants to buy us, and boom, we're set for life. It's easy. But yeah, hey, Heather, cheers. Yeah. Like, man, super cool. Glad to see you again. Thank you for the sub. Yeah, man. Yeah. Luxottica, man. We want to get that Luxottica money. So we got to start a glasses and goggle brand, right? Streamer shades. Boom, nailed it. Patent pending. Johnhua, that's a bummer. Streamer beamers! Oh my god. Patent pending. We're buying the domain right now. Stream beams. You can copyright streamer beamers. I copyright stream beams. It's a different thing, man. Yeah. I'm not even kidding. I'm gonna go look this up on Namecheap. Wait, beam might be taken? Well, we're not spelling it B-E-E-M, so we're good. Damn, Stream Beams is taken. Shit. All right, that plan is squashed. Yeah, totally taken. You were looking it up right now, too. I know, I get it. I totally get it. We've had someone snipe out my organization from me for like a GitHub project I made. I gotta know that anything I say on stream is gonna get sniped. Don't go changing Twitch. Streamer Beamer is up, though. Ooh, you're not wrong. Would you get sued by BMW, though, for the Beamer name? Does BMW make sunglasses? Because that's the only way that would stick. They do make... Yep, yeah, you can't make any sunglasses with the name Beamer in the name now because... Yeah, right? They would totally win that. They would win that in court, for sure. Depends on how long you're willing to pay an attorney to argue with theirs. I mean, if they sue me, I got all the time in the world. I don't even need to pass the bar to defend myself. Just saying. Right? That's why that Flash of Genius guy failed. He sued Ford, rather than just doing his own thing and making Ford sue him. He done fucked up. Wait, chat approved what name? Wait, what do you mean? What? What happened? What did I do? Ooh, Peeper Creepers. Yeah, not a bad idea. You have a very specific market, and they're not people I'd want to have anything to do with. So that's all you. Yeah, you got this, Freud. Little bit of a Freudian slip on your part? Yeah, but based upon a nickname, it would still be something they could argue in court that you did specifically to cause confusion in the market, right? So they don't even need to argue that they have a trademark. They only need to argue that you meant to do harm to their brand or something like that, right? It gets a little tougher there. They have to prove that you meant harm, but it's still tough. It doesn't actually mean intent. They can only, they only need to get you on, does it do harm? And that's even tougher. Yeah, that's actually, dude, nah. They win. They do. Because does it do harm? I bet it does. I mean, I can just delete the VOD. Nobody clip this. All right, back to what we're doing. We've barely done any work today. When I switch projects, we typically take a day to switch projects, you know? It does take time. I don't expect to be massively productive on the first day from switching from another project to this one, right? And yeah, even 2 days off doing leak code means I need to take a day to onboard back into it. That said, I think we can still do some stuff for this. No problem. But we need, our next big step is doing, the get user media part. And I'm really not sure why the this interval is necessary. They do it every 1 second. That's so they can update a timer, right? So, yeah, I get that. There's a lot of stuff we can do here. Most of what is happening within Whisper.cpp's demo is something that we can actually abstract out into the project we're working on. We can totally do this. So we should pull it out, try and make it happen. What we might put it inside of a specific function, but to pull that function out of the component that would need to render this stuff, we'd have to pass a lot of callbacks for allowing us to increment a progress bar, etc. So yeah, I think there's something to it where I need to pull out and copy everything happening within what we're doing here. But it's not so bad. Realistically, this whole start recording function could get pulled out. It is more than 100 lines of junk, and I would say at least 30% of those lines are DOM manipulation that we can just gut. And we should probably do that part. Best thing to do while the job market is bad. So Alamilo, I mean, it's not that bad. You gotta just keep plugging away and throwing the resume out there. Reach out to people that you know that work at those companies that you're applying to, stuff like that. Best thing to do while the job market is bad is to build up your network of people you can reach out to. I think that's the big move, right? If your network is not large, expand your network. What's the best way to expand your network? Start a Twitch stream. I'm not even kidding. Yeah. Start a Twitch stream. Just do it. What are you waiting for? Document.getElement by ID. Yeah, all of that goes away. Nope, gone. I don't care. We should probably make it a comment instead. Is there any harm in recreating the audio context every time we need to? I don't think so. Huh. So, audio context does not take in a channel count? Or echo cancellation? I would guess auto gain control is also out of the way. Same with noise suppression. Really? Three values: latency hint, sample rate, and sync ID. What the hell is a sync ID? Huh. Okay, well... All right, so what are they expecting here? Implicitly has any type. I mean, if we just... If we do that, we'll see what it's actually expecting there, right? That actually seems okay now. What? Okay, so sync ID relates to how we want the audio outputted, or output, right? I don't think we care about that, so I think we're good. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure about this one right here. Yeah, we got something wrong with how we're constructing this like uint8 array, right? Let's continue doing some of this. Ooh, we're already at 7 p.m. I got some calls in the morning I gotta make sure I wake up for, but we can keep streaming. Yeah, we got this. I'm gonna go through and fix a bunch of these things though, right? So yeah, what we're gonna do, bare minimum, is try and fix a bunch of the other junk in this. I gotta use the restroom, so give me a second. I need to pour more water, so give me a second. Yeah, I didn't eat last night. I want to avoid that. I think we're gonna do a breakfast croissant for dinner, because I ate a breakfast croissant for breakfast. I don't typically eat breakfast, but because I didn't eat last night, I need to make sure I had breakfast this morning. Dude, the Starbucks double bacon croissant thing? Pretty good. Like, pretty good. I went and bought a bunch of, like, breakfast fixins just so I could make a similar thing. Like, it was good. Like, really good. So yeah, I wouldn't mind making one of those for dinner tonight. Oh, right. Yeah. When you work, you got to do breakfast because you might not get lunch. And not getting lunch would mean that you might blow up on a coworker. Yeah, I get that. I totally get that. Let me go use the restroom. Let me go pour some more water, and I'll be right back. And I'm back. So yeah, how's everyone doing? What y'all up to? Anything fun? We got so much red to fix before we can leave. So yeah, let me pour another beverage in the meantime. So yeah, if a garage is where you store your car, a beverage is where you store your whiskey. Now, yeah, no worries there, Swampy Mr. Sir. Yeah, if there's any game you want to play together at some point, I'm more than down. Chilling, watching, and learning? I mean, you're not going to learn much from this. But if you're learning while you're watching and chilling, well then yeah, totally, nailed it, you got it. But yeah, the amount of learning you get from this stream not a focus on my part. If you do learn something, it's usually tangential about like, oh, I didn't realize that Disney has cats that patrol their park for mice, you know? I didn't know either, so we learned something together today. Now, I think there is stuff to learn from my process. You're on another tab reading docs. Okay, there you go. Yeah, that's way better anyway. Has anyone made a Node.js CLI project how to add test cases to it? So, definitely not Chad. One of my biggest recommendations there is to extract out your functions that you would run based upon the Node CLI stuff and test those functions instead, right? So you don't even need to test the CLI, just test the functions that the CLI is going to run. That's your first step. Bare minimum, that's the first step. If you need to do an end-to-end test of a CLI tool, yeah, literally, you will run the CLI tool from like Node's exec sync or whatever, right? You would execute it synchronously, running the command and make sure that the output matches what you expect. But to make it unit testable, I would say break it down into units that you can test as well, right? Running the CLI itself is an end-to-end test that is different from the unit testing you should be able to do for various parts of the CLI tool. So as an example, if you have a function per command that your CLI tool like runs, yeah, right? Unit test that function separately from the CLI tool itself. And then also make sure that your CLI tool does run if you pass it the right arguments. That would be the end-to-end test version of a CLI tool. So realistically, you need both. You need unit tests for the units that make up your CLI tool, and then you eventually need an end-to-end test that makes sure your CLI tool actually does what it says it does. Those are separate things, and as long as you test them separately, you're good to go. So the big thing for the commands that you might have in your CLI, those are hopefully pure functions that you can just pass stuff to. Anything that does mutations, such as writing to the file system or whatever, break up your functions in a way that you only have the function that would do the output to the file system, but doesn't actually write there. And then writing to it is part of the external, like, dirty function. In a similar way, if you ever have a tool that requires database access, extract out all of that database data loading to a step before passing it to a pure function that does all of like the logic, right? Because then like you don't need to test the data fetching. You can trust that your ORM does what it needs. You can trust that certain things do what they need. And then you only need to test the pure function that makes up the core logic of what you're doing. So try and extract any IO out of your functions, and then you have a unit testable function, right? That's the biggest thing you could actually do for testability, and it applies to not just CLI tools. It applies to basically everything. Extract out all IO, HTTP requests, etc., and unit test the thing that doesn't do those. Because then you can pass in whatever you would have fetched elsewhere, right? Just by mocking it. Does that help? I hope that helps. None of this is specific to CLI tools, right? In general, unit testing a thing that you can't unit test involves extracting out all of the IO and then just passing values. And I/O involves, right, like standard input, standard output, standard error, all that stuff. Extract that out from your function, and then, yeah, right? So, again, I'm not trying to lecture. I hope you understand it. If you have any follow-up, like clarifying questions, feel free to ask. I got the burps a little bit, but we're chilling. We good. We good. Burps are better than hiccups, right? Hold on. Let me shout out some follows that I might have missed. Radis streaming. I definitely missed your follow. I'm sorry. Hope you're still out there. Thank you. Jilu, I think I shouted that out. I know I responded to your comment, but thank you for the follow if I forgot to shout out the follow. And then Heather, thank you so much for that sub. Appreciate it. But yeah, who all's out there? What y'all doing? This hacking that we're doing right now, like, yeah, it's fine. Like, nothing special's going on here. Not a big deal. Ooh, we see audio there. Yeah, I don't see where audio would be defined outside of this context. So number one, we don't need that, and number two, I'm not sure we need that. A lot of the stuff happening in this function, we could definitely do some work to like improve. And this is where, yep, I get it. So the idea is that media recorder and stream even, right? We're defining those in another place for sure, but they are no longer accessible to this interval. So we got to think about that. Realistically, we just need to scope the media recorder and stream variables outside of the place that we originally defined. So we can do that. We got time. We can figure it out. Stop recording is not a function we got right now, but it is something we'll have to do, right? And I think I understand what this is doing. Right, I think I get that. So you're working on a full stack project outside of the CLI thing. React in the front end, Python Django API, and Python Selenium backend. So when you say Python Selenium backend, what do you mean by that? Like part of your core logic is actually like scraping a page? Like, could you describe what the thing is doing? Yeah, it does do some scraping. Okay, I get it. Yep. Based upon user input. Okay, yeah, I totally get that. That makes a lot of sense. I just want to make sure I actually understood what you were saying with that. So I get that. Yeah. Interesting. Have you considered just like a headless browser and scripting that instead of using Selenium? I'm not saying it's the right way. I'm wondering like what the differences would be. Right? Like, why is Selenium necessary, or do you just need like a scriptable browser? If you end up just needing a scriptable browser, you might be able to do that with just raw, like Chrome headless. And then you don't have to deal with the Selenium part. I would say especially if you get the Chrome headless thing into a Lambda, then it's just a function that does a thing and you're done, and it just returns when you're done, you know? And then you don't got to worry about any of like the Selenium server stuff. If you hadn't considered any of that, cool, let's discuss. I'm curious. So yeah, like, I'm curious what Selenium gives you that you don't get via Puppeteer, as an example, right? Like, Puppeteer is a wrapper around headless Chrome. Do you even need the Puppeteer? Maybe, probably, right? But even then, I'm still, like, curious. So keep in mind, like, yeah, do the Python Django thing, and would it make sense to just do the Puppeteer thing as, like, a Lambda, right? Like AWS Lambda style. That's just a function that runs and you're done, and you don't have to, like, run anything else as, like, a server. So it kind of frees you up, and you get, like, massive parallelization rather than having to scale out your Selenium server, like, cluster, you know? Yeah, I would consider Puppeteer as a Lambda. I'm not saying refactor the entire API. I'm saying you could plug and play just that one little bit if you write the thing correctly, you know? So you could stay with Django and your Python for the API, and then just call out to a microservice that's just a Lambda somewhere. And then you get, like, absolute scalability from that Lambda. Again, I don't know if this solves your problem. I don't know if it even helps. But I just want to throw that out there, just in case. I'd say it's worth looking into to see if it's, like... Again, you don't have to refactor your entire back end. It's just a little bit that ends up becoming basically a microservice. How you do that own microservice versus how you do your other main service, never the twain shall meet, and you can do whatever you want in the microservice thing. So I would say make sure you have that separation first, and then spinning up Selenium versus spinning up Puppeteer doesn't matter. It's just a thing you're calling out to microservice-wise. And you can, like, actually, like, maybe do both to see if you hit performance metrics or something, right? I think that would be huge. And hey, what's up, Productive Time? Hold up, I'm gonna do this. I really appreciate how much you lurk and hang out. I feel like this is the first time you've had a chance to raid me in a while. Because I feel like I'm usually ending before you're done, so I'm going too late today. Is that my problem? You gotta raid and run? That's fine. Before you go, though? 1 second before you go. Welcome, new mod of the CM Griffing table. Mod of the bong table if you want, right? But yeah, appreciate you. Thank you so much. Yeah, let's do the shout out thing. Thank you there. Let's do the other shout out too. Ooh, and is it movie night? What movie are you watching? Did you already watch it? If you gotta go, you gotta go. I get it. Don't waste your time here. But if not, what movie did you watch? Yeah, I'm really curious about that one. Regardless, everyone from the raid, thank you all for hanging out. Welcome to the stream. We are working very, very slowly on getting our record functionality to work for this UI. Technically, it's not recording right now, so yeah, it was lying to you. But yeah, we're going through the process of evaluating some existing logic from the whisper.cpp web demo. And we are just simply trying to like hack on and realize what parts do we need, what parts don't we need. Realistically, I don't think we need a lot of this. Right? Like all these things are here, sure. This KMax audio, I don't think we even need. Oh, here's something interesting too. The demo doesn't even stop at 30 seconds. It's actually 120. Huh. Huh. Hold on. So I see what this is. This is actually bail out if recording is longer than max time. We do need to set a maximum. I think that's actually a big part of what we need to do here, right? We need to set a maximum of some kind. Ooh, and yeah, that was a thing I wanted to do too. Hold on, Twitter, home. Hold on, let's go look at TeachDev stuff. I want to retweet TeachDev. Oh, that isn't it. Yeah, I saw someone else retweet it. I definitely want to do it too. Hold on, where is it? All right, that's not what I was looking for, actually. Oh, he went live today. Oh, shit. Yeah, I missed that one. This is actually the one. This tweet, right? Streaming and job, same thing. Yeah, I'm going to retweet it, too. He's awesome, man. Yeah, full-time content creator arc engaged. Yup. Yeah, Tej is awesome. Looking forward to it. Very suspect timing of him leaving the company he's working for. And I don't want to finish that statement because it doxes a bit. But yeah, some people actually understand what I mean by that. Other people, maybe not, and that's fine. You don't need to know. We're going to leave what's there, but really, what is this doing? It is update, progress, bar, and timer, right? Because that needs to trigger a re-render that shows how long we've been recording and how far along the recording could be. And we probably want to have a maximum just in case. Right? If a user leaves it recording and forgets about it, we need to stop it at some point, right? We don't want to let it keep going forever and like crash their computer or something. So I get that. Yeah, so do recording here. Like a lot of the logic we have in this function is going to rely upon like state that we have set within our component. The fact that reader.result could be null. So string is not okay either. Would we want to convert the array, or sorry, the reader.result into an array buffer like? Maybe. My brain is always in overtime. No, I'd say my brain is always in just regular time. That's why I take the breaks I take. That's why we chat when we chat. That's why I'm not stressing about getting shit done every single second of the stream, right? Because I know I'm gonna get to it eventually. And my passive brain is gonna kick in and help me solve some of this stuff tomorrow if I don't solve it today, you know? I think the big thing, Akavenge, is recognizing that your brain has two modes. There's focused thought and diffuse thought. Diffuse thought is shower thoughts, right? The things where, like, you weren't even thinking about a thing, but your brain couldn't let you, like, let it go. And, yeah, you're washing the dishes, but all of a sudden you realize, oh, my God, I should have done that, right? That same diffuse thought is the thing that kicks in when you're trying to go to sleep. And you're like, oh my God, I totally cringed when I did that 7 years ago. That is diffuse thought kicking in and wandering. If you don't have a thing that your diffuse thought is focusing on, that's when the 7 years ago problem happens. Ooh, so I get it, Akavenge. The thing that you need to do is actually have problems you can leave for tomorrow. And to be okay with that. That's the biggest thing you could do for yourself and your productivity and your mental health. Having the ability to leave something for tomorrow. Yeah, man, it's huge. You need to actually figure out how to do that. That's a skill, or at least a thing you need to practice. Yeah, but again, by like Akavenge, the biggest thing to help you get around that is to recognize that you can't do everything consciously. And by leaving everything buttoned up and done, you're not giving yourself a chance to use your diffuse thought process randomly outside, right? I'm not even kidding. I have solved bugs by simply thinking about it the night before and driving into work the next day. And during that drive, my brain is not seeing the thing in front of me, so it has to think in a different way. And all of a sudden, I solved a bug while just driving. It's a thing, man. Your diffuse thought process is something you can actually have work for you rather than against you. And that is shower thoughts. That is your brain kicking in, thinking about like, hey, you remember that time 7 years ago where you were totally cringe? Yeah, that sucked, didn't it? Yeah, that is your brain's diffuse thought process not having a problem to work on and then just like roasting you because it didn't have a thing to think about instead. Yeah, being able to walk away and let your brain work while you're not even seeing the thing in front of you. You are still thinking about it, but you don't have to consciously think about it. Right? So the biggest thing, right? There is the difference between your focused thought process and the diffuse thought process. And I need to make a YouTube video about this, so nobody steal it, patent pending. But yeah, diffuse thought. Diffuse thinking happens in the background. You do it already. You know you do it. Guaranteed you do it. I don't think it's possible to not do it. The work will be there tomorrow, right? So rather than deliberately and consciously focusing on one thing, you let your brain focus on the bigger picture, and then eventually it'll just solve problems for you when you didn't even need to think about it. You're thinking about doing dishes and then you're letting your mind wander. During that mind wandering phase of things, that is your brain picking up the background tasks that you backgrounded, whether you know it or not, and resolving that stuff for you. Going for a walk, washing dishes, doing laundry, any of these things, anything that involves some type of like motor activation, right? I feel like movement is actually a big part of it. Movement is actually one of the things that makes you think about or makes your brain actually do the background process. Yeah, I get it there, Freud. Yeah, Freud, a bump isn't going to solve every problem. I know what you're getting at. I know what the last part of your name means. I know, I get it. Freud would say, oh, time for a bump. yeah, I get it. Freud was a massive user of that stuff, for sure. Yeah. Ooh, like Alkalon. I would say physical education at the middle part of the day is actually really good for kids, right? Because it gives them time to think about the stuff they learned earlier, do some exercise and get their background brain churning. and then, you know, they're energized for the later half of the day. If it was just school the entire time, or you're doing your, like in high school, your PE class is your last class, you're actually messing up. You're actually doing yourself a disservice. I think there's a big thing where high schools that have you walk around from class to class, that's actually really good for you because it causes you to get your blood flowing instead of sitting in the same classroom all day. Sweaty for the second half? You're not going on a date in the second half anyway, man. Yes, I get it if you're in a class where the girl you have a crush on is totally there and you smell bad. They got showers, man. You can hit the showers. Exercising absolutely helps with diffuse thought. Yes, for sure. Learn about deodorant, right? That's the biggest thing you should have learned in school, man. But no, like Freud, you're totally right. Yeah, exercising is a perfect time for diffuse thought. When you're sitting there doing, I don't know, like a 20-minute walk on the treadmill or whatever, during that 20 minutes, you should be thinking. During the time where you're just putting up some weight and you're doing it for a couple minutes at a time, you might actually have an epiphany for the thing you were working on. So Akavenge, like seriously, I think that's a big part of why they make kids move around. Like it's also a logistics thing, right? Better than having the teachers move around, right? That would suck. But they could make the teacher thing work, actually, in a lot of classes. Not all of them, but some of them. Right? Your English teacher doesn't need their English classroom to be a constant. They could move from class to class. But getting kids to get up and move around is actually more worthwhile because it activates, like, you know, their exercise process, gets them up and moving. And while they're walking from class to class, during that 5 minutes, they should hopefully be engaging their diffuse thought process too, right? Processing the thing that they just learned in the previous 60 minutes. Or 55 or 50 or whatever it is. You know what I mean. So yeah, I actually wonder if the spread out campuses where you have to walk a ways to get to your next class is actually not just for logistics reasons for the teachers, but also just simply it helps the students engage their diffuse thought process better. I don't know. I'm theorizing at this point. I have no idea, right? We're not state dropping, we're just thinking. Akavenge, yeah, that works, man. It works for the same reason that, like, the diffuse thought process kicks in while you're doing dishes. No matter what, decompressing is a way to let your background brain catch up with the queue of stuff that your foreground brain stuffed into the queue, right? All that stuff, hugely valuable, hugely necessary. And yes, I need to make a video about diffuse versus focused thought. I need to do this. So I'll make my next video about ASTs, and then the video after that is probably going to be a softer side of software dev video. Patent pending. Diffuse thinking. Yeah, I'm going to let myself stew on what I need to put into that video. I'm going to do some diffuse thought about my video about diffuse thought. Right? Like, yeah, exactly. Totally. 1000%, man. All right, so I'm gonna say we're at a point where I don't care about working on what we're doing right now. Like, I do. I care about this. Watching Laser Team helps you think about how to tackle tomorrow. Yeah, totally, man. That was Laser Team 2 yesterday. Laser Team 1 is also really good, but a totally different film. I do need to rewatch Laser Team 2 because I may have been not paying enough attention last night. That's the nice way of phrasing that. Sorry? Like, I don't know how to phrase that any other way. My bad? I'm sorry. Yeah, that's a bummer. Like, yeah, shit. Oof. I wouldn't wish that on my enemies. No, I'm just having fun. Yeah. Like, it's a really easy fix if you don't enjoy it. Like, yeah, no big deal. Like, I'm just having fun. I just wanted to say sorry in that way. Yeah, the first one's really good, Huggo. The second one, I don't remember if it's really good. But the first one for a YouTube Red film nails it, like super good. They nailed it. That's a fun film. But okay, so yeah, we got a little bit of this start recording function. This function is outside the scope we need it in, and a bunch of the logic in here we don't actually need. I will need to establish some intervals and some other things. But a lot of this needs to actually manipulate state. And some of this state stuff, we need to like really properly think about tomorrow. For sure. That said, we might not have enough time tomorrow because technically we might play some games tomorrow because I reached out to Worm and James. I will not be around to play games with them on Wednesday because snowboarding in Seattle, JA. But Tuesday or Thursday are days I can do. So yeah, maybe tomorrow is a gaming night, and if it's not a gaming night tomorrow, then it's maybe a Dia Mulroy finishing up the O-Camel night. So we might not get that much done for this during tomorrow's stream. What games do I play? All sorts of stuff. I play Madden, I play League of Legends. If you want to judge me for those two, I get it. But I also really enjoy playing like RPGs, and like RPGs are my favorite kind of game. My favorite game ever is Shadowrun on the SNES. And that's like an RPG through and through. But yeah, so like my core game is an RPG. Kingdoms and Castles. I don't know that one specifically. I'll have to check it out. Kingdom Come Deliverance is really good. I love that game. I'd love to actually like start a new playthrough of it. It'll involve a lot of like murdering people. But that's the game in general anyway, so we're good. Oh, Kingdom Come Deliverance is amazing. Why did it frustrate you? Kingdoms and Castles series? Yeah, I don't know what that one is. I'll have to look. Yeah, I don't know that one. Akavenge, if you want to send a link to it over in the Discord, I'm sure we got like a random channel it would be fine in. Like gaming would work too. Yeah, I'd say over in gaming would be fine. If you want to post a link, I'll definitely forget. So yeah, please post a link. Ah, Freud, so that's the big thing. Yeah, there's definitely some hacks, right? Like technically on a horse doing the sword joust. you're like OP and they can barely hit you. I've read about people actually beating the initial like army in Kingdom Come Deliverance, right? Like in that first scene where you have to like fight an entire army and your goal is to actually run away. If you hop on a horse and do the sword jousting thing, you can walk away being set for life with all the armor and like gold that you pick up from the enemies you kill. Because none of the game devs actually assume that you'd ever be able to beat that, but technically, the horse and the jousting animation with the sword is OP. If you get good at that, you can absolutely beat the entire army. Right, what is it? Like the Redanian army at the start there? You could actually do that. You can totally do that. The game continues on like you lost, but you get to walk away with all the gear that you pick up. So yeah, you can basically just be done with the best armor, the best swords, the best everything in the game, and then sell everything. You got enough gold for everything too. Like, it's like easy mode at that point, but it's not necessarily easy to get there, right? You got to be really good at the sword jousting part. Not gonna lie, I'm gonna try it next time I play the game. So it's a medieval kingdom builder to defend against dragons, Vikings, and rival kingdoms. You also have to maintain happiness, logistics, and trade routes. Sounds really good, man. So you blew all your gold going to the bathhouses and then doing the evil version of the results of the bathhouse? I get it, but I mean, we're gonna judge a little bit. You have the entire internet available to you. How is that scene in Kingdom Come Deliverance actually a thing that does it for you? You have the entire internet at your fingertips, right? You don't need to squint through the fuzz of like a, you know. Oh, you mean stealth killing? Okay. No, I get that, Akavenge. I love games like that. I'll check it out at some point, for sure. Yeah. Dude, for 15 bucks, that's like full retail? Ooh, that's a super cheap deal. Let me put it this way. I have lost entire days to Civilization before. I love a good, like, kingdom building game, for sure. If I start up a new Civ 5 or Civ 6 or whatever they're on, like, now, playthrough, yeah, I will lose easily a day or two and not even realize it. I just need one more turn. Alan Wake 2, yes, Alan Wake 2 I have been playing. It's a little too jump scary for me, so I'll only play it basically with a crowd that is into that game. Technically, I won't play Alan Wake 2 until Lady Blue Notes is lurking and hanging out, because I feel like she's invested into the story more than I am. But I don't know if she's actually played or will play the game, so like, yeah, I'll only play it if Lady Blue Notes is there. I also really don't like the jump scares. Freud, if you like a good horror game, though, there's only one chapter with a bunch of jump scares? Dude, the first, either first or second chapter, so many jump scares, dude. I hated it so much. After the second chapter, are there less jump scares? If so, I'll play more of it, for sure. If I'm not even at the chapter that has a lot of jump scares by your metrics, oof. Ah, that bums me out, man. There's one that has more in the retirement home. Yeah, that sounds like a nightmare to me. My poor little heart can't take it. My poor little heart can't take it, okay? How did CM Griffin die? He played Alan Wake 2. If you're looking for a good horror game, The Quarry. The Quarry. I really, really liked The Quarry. Because it's not jump scare based. It's a horror game for sure. It's more like an interactive story. Okay, so you have played it? Yeah, The Quarry is amazing. The games before it, I played one so far, right? Like, Man of Medan, I think is the one. I don't like it. I'm not a fan. Meh. Yeah, The Quarry is crazy good. The Quarry is amazing. Nope, Devil in Me is the one. I haven't played Man of Medan, and I haven't played the one with Will Poulter. Devil in Me, I'm playing right now, but it's still like just too like relying on jump scares and common like horror tropes. As far as I remember, The Quarry didn't do any of that. The Quarry was very straightforward, giving you what you needed as you needed it without relying upon jump scares. The horror actually came from the situation, you know? The Quarry doesn't. Yeah, The Quarry really didn't rely on any jump scares, in my opinion. I don't remember a single time where I thought, like, oh my god, like, ugh. Yeah, The Quarry nailed it. Outlast Trials? Okay. Right, like, I would just say, Freud, like, really? Do you really think The Quarry had a bunch of jump scares? I don't think they did. I think they set you up for every single, like, scare they were gonna do. Like, they gave you every single thing you needed to know. Oh, it's not part of the anthology? Oh, I didn't know that. For some reason, I thought it was. Okay, I get it. I get it. That makes sense. I'm looking forward to whatever they do after The Quarry because I think they finally figured out what makes a fun game and a playable game while still being technically horror without relying upon jump scares and BS. Right? There's such thing as a good horror film that doesn't rely on jump scares or BS as well, where it's just simply horrific, the story that's happening, right? Those are the best horror films ever. But yeah, anyway, yeah. I need food in my belly. Oh, like, actually, like, reviews say they moved away from the jump scares. Yeah, I think they nailed it. I think they need to, like, fully opt into no jump scares. And then they got a really playable game on their hands. So yeah, I'm looking forward to their next thing, basically. All right, so who do we go raid? Wow, Adam C. Eunice is going. I don't think I've seen him going for a while. We got Strager doing code help and advice. We got Coding with Strangers doing his common thing. We see Mawixi doing what looks like maybe Advent of Code. We see Spiridon doing his awesomeness. Hold on, Spiridon's in like a different camera view. Yeah, I feel like we've rated Spiridon more recently than some of these other people. So I do like to spread it around. You know what? No, we're gonna do this. I haven't seen Program stream in ages. Y'all know the term webhook? He came up with that term. Whether he came up with the entire like mechanism for a webhook, I mean, that's debatable, but he came up with the term webhook. No, he didn't patent it. Like, yeah, come on. There's no patent for a term like that. If anything, it could be a trademark, but who would spend money on trademarking that and then fighting it? That would be weird. This dude created Doku, which is your own self-hosted Heroku. He also was a big part of Flynn, if you ever used or dealt with that. It's like a container architecture, like, you know, like hosting kind of thing. Yeah, he's a big part of like those two major tools. His thing that he's talking about right now are Go and WASM, right? Go plus WASM is his title. I'd love to hear what he's talking about with it because he's a really good engineer and I'd love to see what he's working on. So yeah, let's go figure that out. Let's go say hi. I haven't seen him stream for ages, and I'm really pumped on it, actually. So, we're going to go raid into program. Everyone over on YouTube, I'm going to remember to actually stop the YouTube stream at the right time today. I hope, maybe, possibly. Thank you all for lurking. I'll see you all tomorrow.